Hello? Can you guys hear me okay? Trying to avoid the audio issue from last time before I say anything. I think we're good. We should be okay. Oh, wait. Either people are going to say we're good or I'm muted. How's everybody's week been? Good? Awesome. Awesome. That is what I like to hear. All right. So, was watching the Joe Rogan Ian thing. Sound works fine, loud and clear. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So, I thought that since time is of the essence, and it's been a week since our last episode, that we would just go ahead and get started. Um, so really quick, just because Doge Dolly said something. Um, Ian Carroll on Joe Rogan, that's hilarious. Now he joins the ranks of people like transhumanist technocrat Elon Musk, father of the vaccine, Donald Trump, and CIA Palantir transhumanist technocrat Peter Thiel. What a lineup! What a lineup! How better, like, what's a better way to follow up Alex Jones? What's, appearing on InfoWars, especially when he was talking to what is it, 32nd degree Mason, Chase Geyser. Crazy. But trust me, guys, he's on the team. That's insane. If look, I'm probably never gonna be invited to the Joe Rogan show, right? On the off chance they ever sent me a message, I'm gonna tell them to go fuck themselves, just like I would with Alex Jones. Um, good stream, buddy. I can never watch when you go live. I'll catch up later. Hey, appreciate you stopping by, man. Thanks for dropping in the chat. We're gonna be doing 2 episodes a week, probably starting next week. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. I thought the wait between episode 1 and episode 2, and now episode 2 to episode 3, has been way too long. It's been way too long. So I definitely want to start doing more of these per week, and I'm sort of changing some things around on my schedule to accommodate and facilitate that. And I just miss you guys. I do. I learn so much every time we do one of these streams. So it not only helps me, but it also gets the actual truth out there. Nothing's off the table. We talk about everything in real time, and there's no like guy behind me saying, "Oh, you can't say this, you can't say that," and we're live. There's no delay or anything. So nothing being off the table, willing to talk about literally everything. So thank you guys for joining me and for helping to make this show what it is. Without further ado, are you guys ready to do our own Epstein web? Where do we even start? I mean, obviously, like the main starting point, I think, is Ghislaine and Robert Maxwell. So we'll go ahead and just throw them up here. And it's very well documented, and things like that. Hello, I'm a Dick. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. If you guys have any connections, ties, sources, he was born in a quiet village. I guess Isabella. It's Isabella, right? Isabella Maxwell. Need to get 7 to 1 million subs. Damn it, man! I'm already having a hard time keeping up with the 15K. Ian mentioned his dad's background. I thought that was interesting. Always a nepo tie, it seems. What's the background there? What was the tie on that? Aren't Carbine 911? Yup. Yup. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And then the other two important players in Carbine, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. He was introduced to Alan Dershowitz by the Rothschilds. Al Sackle, yep. Al Sackle, I actually learned about in the last episode, and I kept calling him Shekel. I respect that you respond to everyone on the tweet, especially with that many followers. It's me, Tom, by the way. Hello, Tom. How you doing, man? And yeah, I always try my best because I value you guys more than I do somebody with a million followers, right? Because they have things to lose. There's things connected to them. They have to be careful about their words and stuff like that. So you guys coming to me like there's nothing to gain except for just seeking the truth. And that means so much more to me than rubbing shoulders with important people. They can all fuck off as far as I'm concerned. Now, no to Japanese cartoons. He was introduced to Alan Dershowitz by the Rothschilds. Is that Epstein? They were talking CIA Laurel Canyon, and his dad was involved in activism during those early days. Oh, you don't say. I guess like father, like son, huh? Uh, oh, nope, wrong button. Let's see here. We have to add Al. It's Al Seckel or Sackle. I can't remember. Hold on one sec. I saw something where apparently he's like wrapped up with the Koch brothers in something also. Is that true? Or he was? Isn't he dead? Is he dead? Is Al Seckel dead? Did he die? I don't know how we're making this exactly, but somewhere on this web should be Lex Wexner as well. So I'll put it like this. If you have a tie, awesome. If it's one that's not like super well known, public knowledge, documented, or just kind of out there, if you have like a link or a source or anything like that, definitely feel free to include that because I'm probably going to go. We basically vet everything in real time on the show just to make sure that I'm not putting anything on here that isn't true. It's not that I don't trust you guys, but I have seen some stuff that was widely believed that ended up being like a misconception. So I just appreciate if you save me the time, handing me a source or something, and then we can look at it together. Let's see. The only thing that matters is the truth, and the average person will be more honest. This is true. Exactly. Exactly. Yes, I don't know how we're making this. Dead or disappeared. Apparently, there was some strange stuff behind the investigation. Tupac called out Diddy for a lot of things in his music in the 90s. He knew well before the masses. Absolutely. The show link so apparent on your timeline. Maybe share it again. That is a great call out. Let me. How do I do that again? I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of retarded. Uh, let's see. Lies and ties. Come join the chat and help build out the Epstein web live in real time. Bring sources. There we go. Awesome. Thanks for the call out there, Jasmine. Fair enough. Oh, Charles Johnson. Yes. Yes, Charles Johnson. He actually came up and ooh, do we let's see here. We actually vetted that in the last episode. We were looking into all his tweets where he was calling Ghislaine and Epstein patriots. What about the Diddy stuff? I hear he's another extension of the Epstein honeypot. Well, with his ties to like Lucian Grange and Clive Davis and stuff, I wouldn't doubt it. It seems like Diddy was maybe the like a mini Epstein. And I'm almost okay, so I can't say this as a confirmed thing, but when it comes to the Tates and what they've been accused of, do you guys think that maybe they're getting a lot of these deals and passes and stuff potentially because they might be involved in something similar? Allegedly? Allegedly? By the way, make sure to spread everything out enough. Yes. Yeah, you're right. That is another good call out. I always fuck that up and I just put everything close together. So we'll do this. And Al Seckel was the guy that introduced Ian's friend of a friend, Brock Pierce, to Epstein, wasn't he? Him and Steve Bannon. There's a connection. Search Epstein, Romania, and you'll see lots about the Tate brothers. Wait, really? Seckel facilitated connection between Jeffrey Epstein and Brock Pierce. Yes. Oh, let's see here. Copy link. All right, I'm about to pull up a browser window for you guys. Elon Musk used to attend parties at the house of Al Seckel, the husband of Isabel. It is Isabel. That's my fault. My fault. Let me fix that. Oh. Isabel Maxwell, Al Seckel. So we could probably put. I'm thinking we might bring Al down here. And then we'll add Elon Musk right in the middle. How about that? And then we also have to tie him to Ghislaine because of that. Do you guys remember that email between Elon and Ghislaine, or Elon and Jeffrey Epstein? Heather co-founder Brock Pierce visited Epstein Island at least twice, and the 90s boy band manager started his career as an MK Ultra Hollywood Husk. Yeah, he was, what was it, Mighty Ducks? On X already. Tough with the Epstein Diddy blackmail kid stuff. The thing is, they're all above the law. They could just let the information out and choose not to prosecute anyone. I'm kind of under the same belief, in the sense that, like, we all know. Joe asked Ian what type of phone he uses. The timing was perfect after what you said earlier. Yeah, dude, anytime you go on Joe Rogan, he's cloning your phone and sending it to Palantir. That's another one of the reasons why I would never go on the Joe Rogan podcast. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Why would you do that? The NYC Papal residence is almost exact backyard neighbor to Epstein's NYC mansion. Wait, what? So when the Pope comes and stays at New York? Yeah, okay, I'll tell you what. Hold on. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I always get distracted. John Edwards, who danced in 2 Michael Jackson videos. Okay, I remember looking over this. Al Seckel. So we're going to go ahead and throw Brock Pierce in here too. And I guess it'd be fine to throw in Steve Bannon too, right? Just based on the context from the last episode. Oh, man. Okay, so maybe we should do live streams like this every week, but just open topics, let the distractions flow. Man, so that's probably what we're going to do for like the second episode of Lies and Ties. We're going to start doing it twice a week. And I would love to do one that's like, okay, let's after this Epstein one, we're gonna go back to voting on topics. Because I held a vote for the first one. But since the whole Epstein folder thing happened last week, discourse and distractions. That'd be a good one too. Steve Bannon. Did you guys hear that bullshit that Steve Bannon said about Trump getting a third term? I heard him say that and I was like, please, fuck, no, don't. Please, no. FDR got a third term and we see how that turned out. So Brock Pierce. Steve Bannon. I guess I'll go ahead and put Al up here too. Like that. Elon Musk. Jeffrey Epstein. Elon Musk. Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, he said that on Tim Dillon. Bannon was an actual friend of Epstein. Was he? What? Okay. Let's see here. Yep. Let's get that. Let's get that up here. And I still have to go look at the Romania thing. Don't let me forget. Your information fucks up my perspective on life. I'm sorry. I apologize. The trial stemmed from JP Morgan sued Tesla for $162 million over the funding secured tweet, alleging that it caused a repricing of Tesla stock warrants. What is that? Virgin Islands demanded any documents Musk has about the Epstein involvement. Does anyone have a picture of that email between them where he was like, oh, the training went well? Nobody talks about him and the Joe, Elon, Alex, etc. hug box, by the way. I hope he's not one of them. He tends to regularly call out Elon and whatnot, but at the end of the day, he's just a comedian. Tim Dillon? I mean, there's no telling. I know his show is basically like cultural Marxism, the way of like Jerry Springer. His show on Netflix. I think I could only stomach like 5 minutes of it, and I was like, yeah, I'm out of here. I think there's an Isaac Cappy bit where he says Bannon went to Epstein for money. Ooh, Trilateral Commission member. Who was a Trilateral Commission member? Epstein, Romania, Tate. Maybe we'll get rid of the Tate tag. What is this? Epstein leading efforts behind new Romanian mixed use develop. What is what? Epstein is pleased to be providing a full service design and engineering services for multi-phased mixed development in Bacău, Romania, a city situated in the historical region of Moldavia. Netflix show was one episode. His podcast is him just ranting and saying fucked up things about various hot topics. Search on X.
One of my main chicks has 200,000 Instagram followers, and I took her virginity when she was 17. That's legal, by the way, here. I don't know if it's 18 in your crazy country. One of my main chicks has 200,000 Instagram followers, and I...
Andrew Tate admired Jeffrey Epstein. What the fuck? I'm sorry for distracting you. No, you're good. Matt Gaetz is a good friend of Charles Johnson, and he protected Epstein's deal. And he gave consulting money to Trishul, which is Kash Patel's company, during when Matt Gaetz was getting investigated for sex trafficking that minor. Even if that is legal, why would you? Yeah, what? This is an insane thing to say. Is this a real tweet? Is that's not his handle, is it? Was it at the time? Ooh, Gen X girl, she's an ally. I like her posts. So do we have like confirmation that maybe they did business together? Search the username, you can pretty easily figure out if it's his or not. You know what? That's true. I told you guys I'm retarded. What is it again? Of Wudon. How convenient.
Accounts don't last that long. So I'm on Twitter at the moment at of Wudon.
There it is. He said it. He said it. He said it. Right there. Holy shit. There he goes. Okay. Now, I don't know if they ever did business together, but Andrew Tate, I mean, that all but fucking confirms it, doesn't it? Very weird. Very weird. Self-admitted. What is with the follower count, though? I feel like it was maybe purged. They could have paid someone to block all of the followers. And that would purge the follower list that way. But he said it. Oh, you guys can't see the web. Let's see here. What is this? Andrew Tate's nickname is the Jeffrey Epstein of Romania. See, I kind of... Presidential candidate RFK was on such good terms with Jeffrey Epstein that he had free use of his apartment in 1993. Tate feels like a psyop for the manosphere. We actually talked about Andrew Tate. I was on the AM Wake Up Call today, hosted by Slow News Day and is it TC? They're good guys. Greg Reese even showed up. Greg Reese is cool too. He walked away. So he told us on that podcast that he was getting $72,000 a year and health benefits at InfoWars. And when he saw that Alex Jones started to take a turn, he just left. He just quit. I was like, holy shit, that's good character. Honestly, real men don't talk that much. I have a lot to say, but I guess that means I'm not a real man, but you get what I'm saying. What was I looking for? There it is. There it is. All right, let me pull this up. What is this about RFK having free use of Epstein's apartment? What? Well. Oh, no. Why does he look like a ghoul? Greg has even called him out a few times. Yeah. All right. Well, RFK is going on the web then. Greg said on his podcast that Alex essentially said something like, I wouldn't even know if I was. Yes. Greg Reese is a real one. Yes, he is. I think him and I may disagree on Bitcoin. But that doesn't invalidate to me the other things. Like if you go look at Greg Reese's fucking pinned tweet, it's from like 2 years ago where he said that Elon was going to be the Pied Piper to transhumanism. And I'm like, I mean, he's not wrong. He fucking called it. Here, maybe we put RFK out here. So do you think, question about this, do you think when Ian Carroll endorsed RFK that he knew about this? Because pretty damning. That's why I was going to have so many names, it's going to break brains. Greg's obsession with crypto is a little weird. From the bloodline families, though, I'm not sure. We can okay, so we may not have enough definitive proof for Tate to be on here, but I'm gonna table that for later. I definitely know that Donald Trump 1,000% has ties to Epstein because there's so many fucking pictures and videos of him, and that's why we're never gonna get the files anyway. Read the whole article about RFK. Oh, there was like an accompanying article. Oh, I see it. Okay. Has attempted flying twice on Epstein's plane, but said it was because of his wife Mary having some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay. That's the wife that killed herself, right? Not being tricked. He 100% knows what he's doing. He'd have to be a full retard, and he's not. Who the source is, except Greg. We would work on who is who in the Council of Nine eventually. That's the top of the food chain. Says he's only a fan of Tate. Yeah, but we just debunked that though. That it. Oh, I guess we don't have audio there. Where'd it go? Right here. So Andrew Tate is admitting himself on video that that was his account.
On Twitter at the moment at ofwudan, OFWUDAN. Try and follow me on Twitter if you can, because it's where I'm most active, but my Twitter accounts don't last that long, so
Says he flew his whole family the 2 times he flew on his airplane. Really? Disclosure raises questions. Kennedy acknowledges 2 trips on Epstein's private plane, claiming that he went on it in 1993 to Florida and another time to go fossil hunting. Fossil hunting? Kissinger served on Council of Foreign Relations with Epstein. Yes, he did. Is this a video? Bobby could never keep dates or wives straight. They were irrelevant to him. Other Kennedys also featured in the book. Damn. Ted Kennedy, Ed Kennedy, Bobby and Mary, Ethel, Joe. Yeah, who the fuck is Ethel Kennedy? Who is Ethel Kennedy? Claimed it was his second wife, Mary Richard Kennedy, who had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. Is that the one that hung herself? Kennedy is one of the power families, let's not forget. Yeah, the Kennedys, believe it or not, had a role in the medical industry. I want to find out who took over Epstein's operation. You know, it's still going. From everything that I've researched, they got rid of Epstein after everything started coming out, and now it's just all done by Mossad and Peter Thiel digitally. In 2012. Okay. So, I mean, I guess we go ahead and put all the Kennedys out, right? I have a question. Why do we think so many Kennedys get killed if they're part of the families that control the world? Sacrificial lambs, my brother. You shoot a deep dive video on the Teal digital part. I have a web on Teal, but it's a lot. It's a lot. The first 2 episodes we did were breaking down Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, and there's all kinds of shit from Epstein on here. Where is he? He's around here somewhere. Right here. A really good one. Why so many from one family, though? You'd think it'd be more dispersed. No, I think it's because of the name recognition. I think it's because of the name recognition. I guess we'll put Ethel in here. Because, okay, so are we under the impression that everybody in Epstein's, like, book was a client? Holy string theory, yeah. Yeah, if you guys didn't watch the first 2 episodes, make sure that you do that. There's a lot of really good info in there. I learned a shit ton in the last 2 episodes. I guess we'll put his wife Mary on here too. I mean, might as well. Maybe we'll put her just kind of close to RFK. And to confirm, that is the wife that killed herself. Is that right? Except Stephen Hawking. I mean, how would that work exactly? Whitney Webb and Before School did a great podcast on the digital blackmail scheme that took over. Yeah, when I made a post one time that said that that the Epstein network was replaced by Mossad and Peter Thiel, and she commented and said that that's basically the conclusion of her book. And I was like, "Oh, cool. I like everything that Whitney Webb has done. I haven't read the book." Which I need to fix that. Here's the interview. Oh shit. Oh. Let's see. Let's take that and let's look at that. Because I think we got... Oh, look, Andrew Cuomo is on here. Go figure. I'm going to add him too. What if that means Diddy's network gets replaced by the CIA in Silicon Valley? I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I think big tech's going to take over everything. Is this the video? Ah, yes.
Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they offered us a ride to Palm Beach. So I went then, and then on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend. And but otherwise, I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning. This was in '93, so it was 30 years ago. It was before anybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein.
I bet it was.
His nefarious issues, and I agree with you that all of this information should be released. And we should get real answers on what happened to Jeffrey Epstein and any of the high-level political people that he was involved with. All of that should be open to the public. It should be absolutely transparent. And, I don't see why.
So really quick, I don't mean to derail about this, but didn't it come out in the police report for Mary Kennedy's death that they found like her fingers in the noose as though she was trying to like resist the hanging? Fossil hunting just means of age girls. Look, they were 18, they were practically fossils. Oh god. Oh man, I feel bad for laughing at that. I'm looking for dinosaur bones. What is this? What did you link me here? What is this? Oh, I cut it off. There we go. I fixed it. Where'd it go? Article limit? Fuck that. Hold on. But this one works. Okay, whatever. Yeah, Peter Thiel. So you guys know Peter Thiel has kids, but he's gay. Do you guys know about his ex-lover Jeff Thomas, who killed himself? Okay, so definitely, especially if they're on video admitting it, there's no way you're not connected. Okay, I need more. Let's do more names. Let's do more names here. Let's see. I mean, obviously we got to bring in Israel somewhere, so I'll just go ahead and tear that band-aid off. We're gonna make like countries and governments and stuff orange. We all know he was working with Mossad. If you ask Alex Jones, though, Jeffrey Epstein's handlers were the Clintons. Did you guys see that? Oh, cool. Will he be the next governor of New Jersey? Maybe. Potentially. Okay. Who else? Andrew Cuomo was one. Had to reload, of course. An RFK ad pops up. Jesus Christ. I hate the ads on Rumble. They used to be okay. There was one for like a flamethrower. Am I the only one freezing? Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew is a good one. We'll bring that up here. Prince Andrew. What's his last name? Jones used to say Mossad. Yeah, whatever happened to that? Oh. What up, Peaches? Thank you for that link. Oh, it's the whole book. Holy shit. Okay. Is there like an index with names and stuff? Oh, we have names. We have names. Osama bin Laden is in here. Wasn't Epstein groomed by Robert Maxwell, or am I remembering wrong? No, you're absolutely right. He was working with Robert Maxwell. Andrew Albert Christian Edward. Who the fuck? What? Stephen Hawking to Bill Clinton, the big names in the Epstein list. Wasn't the thing with Stephen Hawking? I can't remember if this is true. Somebody confirm this for me. Did he really have the midgets on the blackboard doing math? It's like they all go to the same church or something, or synagogue. The same synagogue, maybe. Yeah, Bill Clinton, of course. I need to put Bill Clinton on here. Yeah, Bill Clinton in a dress. If the Clintons were the handlers of Jeffrey Epstein, why would he have Bill Clinton in a dress? There will be less names not in the Epstein network than actually in it. I'll let you guys know right now, I never had anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And you can look. You can go look. You won't find nothing. I've never been connected to anybody because I'm poor. Okay, let's see here. I don't want to just like rip off of Whitney's work because she does good work. I think I'm gonna buy the book and I'm gonna have to read it eventually. Damn, Rumble's being a bitch tonight. Could be the weather, maybe. I don't know. Feel free to hop in the Twitter live stream also. We might be having better luck there because I noticed that Rumble always puts it on a delay. Save the book for later. I'm gonna do just that. I'm gonna bookmark it. Boom. I have something to read tonight. Guests at a barbecue during a conference sponsored by Epstein. The 2006 photograph. Hold on, let me make myself smaller. What about that former PM of Israel, Barak? Got him in here. He's right here. I don't know if he was associated with Epstein, but I'm gonna assume that he was. Her and Johnny Vedmore do great work. I actually reached out to Johnny and I asked him if he wanted to have a conversation. And he said okay, and I don't really know where to go from there. I don't like do I just shoot him a time and stuff like that? And also I don't have like a show to platform guests. I did a poll earlier that said, should I start doing that? And a lot of people just want me to do more lies and ties. I don't know how to chat on Twitter though. When you pull up the live stream, it should populate a chat box. I may be wrong. Rock's name was in last Friday's release. Was it? Let's look. Actually, hold on. Before I get too distracted, let's make sure that we add Stephen Hawking on here. Dude, how does that... Did someone just wheel him around or what? He's down, you should. Someone else hit him up and had him on Spaces recently. You would be perfect. I'm all for it. Anybody that's telling the truth, talking about technocracy, Peter Thiel, knows that Donald Trump is compromised 100%. All those people are welcome. I don't have like Trump derangement system or syndrome, right? It's just I know that he's fucked up. Just like I know that Obama's fucked up. And I know that Clinton's fucked up. And it just sucks watching people like kiss his ass and worship him and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I'm not going to call him the next Hitler. Like the left does, but he's a bad guy. Funny bid with Prince Andrew. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and do a quick scroll. Where's the picture? Can I see the picture? It's just doing a plug for his movie. I don't want to watch his fucking movie. That's obviously Austin Powers. Figure out how to access the chat on Twitter version. Huh. I'm not sure. I have the chat open to everybody. So it should let anyone in.
Is it possible that you met Virginia Roberts, dined with her, danced with her in Tramp, had sex with her on another date?
No.
Do you remember meeting her at all?
No.
Do you know you didn't meet her, or do you just not remember meeting her?
No, I have. I don't know if I've met her, but no, I have no recollection of meeting.
Because she was very specific.
That was the LA Noire sound.
She described the dance that you had together in Tramp. She described meeting you. She was a 17-year-old girl meeting a senior member of the royal family.
Never happened.
She provided a photo of the
Yes.
two of you together.
Yes.
Your arm was around her waist.
Yes.
You've seen the photo.
I've seen the photograph.
How do you explain that?
I can't.
Jesus. All right, so that was Prince Andrew. So we definitely have confirmation there. He said he doesn't sweat. Prince Andrew? I don't doubt it. Pull up the Mossad CIA agent list. You've got half the Epstein network there. Dude. Facts. Let's see. So we got to connect Peter Thiel to Epstein. We have to connect Ehud Barak to Epstein. Where was that thing that said that he was a client? Ehud Barak, Epstein. Yep, there it is. A dozen times. And they're all flying to Florida. So not only were they on a venture, business venture together, but they met all the time, which, I mean, I guess is kind of obvious. The release last Friday said it. The sweat claim. Oh, we'll have to look at it another time, brother. I want to get this web built out here. If we can. Okay, so I don't know if it would help if we tried to take a lot of these. Ooh, we have to add I mean, I guess Alex Spiro wasn't technically connected to Epstein, but he was connected to Al Sackle. All good. Oh, that's for another episode. Okay. So Charles Johnson, Isabel Maxwell. Who's she friends with? She's friends with somebody on Twitter. I don't remember who it was, though. Something about, like, letting their kids hang out or something. Does anybody remember that? Andrew Cuomo. Who's Georgie Keller? Doesn't matter. They're going to end up on here eventually. No. 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 Pro-Israel Scientologist. Corrupt. Check out the pics of Prince Charles from the early 90s. Oh my God. Oh my God. He still looks horrible. All right, we're getting derailed here. we're getting off track. Naomi Campbell was also on that list. Ron Eppinger, sex trafficker who abused the girl that Prince Andrew and Epstein abused. Notorious sex trafficker who operated a prostitution network in Miami, Florida in the 90s. That gives proximity, shared methodology. Once the women arrived in Miami, Eppinger would confiscate their passports and travel documents, effectively trapping them in the country. He then forced these women into prostitution, threatening them and their families. Pleaded guilty to charges relating to a sex trafficking operation, including smuggling of immigrants into the country for the purpose of prostitution and money laundering. He was sentenced to 21 months. Only 21 months? Virginia Roberts Giuffre has stated that she previously sexually abused by Eppinger when she was, oh my God, forced her to engage with his associates. FBI concluded a 2001 article about Eppinger's sentencing and their extensive files related to the Epstein investigation. This suggests that law enforcement officials recognize the potential connections between them. Eppinger's name appears in the list of individuals connected to Epstein that revealed in recently unsealed court documents that while the documents do not imply any direct involvement between Eppinger and Epstein's sex trafficking operation, the mere presence of Eppinger's name in these files underscores the disturbing web of connections between various individuals involved in the exploitation of vulnerable women and children. Okay, so let's go see if we can find some sources on that. I believe you guys. Here we go. FBI. What is this? Okay. So can I just search, though? Jeffrey Epstein, child prostitution. Who's Alfredo Rodriguez? He was a butler, chauffeur, butler, house manager for blank at blank residence, blank, blank, Palm Beach, Florida. Leslie Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein. Prince Andrew connections and the fact that Jeff and Ghislaine were both at Balmoral cabin. I don't doubt Epstein had royal blood connections. It's possible. Three-part series, ties between convicted and Leslie Wexner. The Victoria's Secret thing, that's what that is. Okay. I heard about that. So we'll go ahead and put Wexner on here. Can somebody drum up that that email between Jeffrey Epstein and Elon Musk? Also, who was Alfredo as chauffeur for? Charged with obstruction of justice after the employee allegedly withheld critical information. According to the FBI's affidavit offered to later sell the information for $50,000, calling it the Holy Grail or Golden Nugget. So was it just Jeffrey Epstein? Was he just Jeffrey Epstein's chauffeur? I'll probably put him way off to the side. How could you, Alfredo? Did we ever get that? Did we ever get that from him? Or was all that just sort of like buried in the FBI files? Damn, it's already been an hour? Yes. Were you able to meet up with Ghislaine at Kung Fu practice on Saturday? I did, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Let's go ahead and paste that in here. Boom. I gave up on Rumble. I'm sorry, brother. This is the victim's wiki. We're gonna bring in Kissinger at some point too. Let me grab that. Early life. At 14, reunited with her father and returned to live with him. Her father worked as a maintenance manager at the Mar-a-Lago property. There's Ron Eppinger. That's weird, right? That her dad worked at Mar-a-Lago? Isn't that weird? You got Gates on there yet? Not yet. What is this? Maybe I was drugged. Furthermore, reported that several documents containing Epstein and his alleged accomplices' depositions were yet to be publicly unraveled. His name hasn't appeared on the list. In that business world, everyone's close. That is true. That is true. Listen from 3.5 minutes.
When I see,
Oh,
the
Patrick Bet
questions with
David. I
Elon
fucking
Musk,
hate this guy. I do like Whitney though.
Connections there. So for example, he'll be like, a lot of people like to bring up the picture of him and Ghislaine Maxwell from 2014. He'll say he was photobombed and all of this. But he won't bring up the fact, well, at least reporters seem to have forgotten, that Kimball Musk, his brother, who's on the board of Tesla and SpaceX, was introduced to a member of Epstein's entourage who had dated Epstein and lived at the apartments on 30166 66th Street East, where all these traffic girls lived. A girl from there starts dating Kimball Musk, and somehow Epstein is allegedly granted access to SpaceX facilities and tours, and then is allegedly advising Tesla, according to the New York Times reporter James Stewart, who was told by someone else that Epstein was advising Tesla, and then goes before Epstein's 2019 arrest and most of his public infamy, goes and asks him about if the rumors were true, and Epstein says yes. And this is during a time when Musk is saying he's trying to secure capital to take Tesla private, I believe, and this was allegedly involving one of the Saudi wealth funds of the Saudi government. And at that time, Epstein was a very, very close advisor to Mohammed bin Salman, who had
All right. We definitely need to add Kimball. I forgot about that. Kimball Musk. Epstein. I guess we'll add SpaceX and Tesla on here too, right? Which Peter Thiel has also invested in SpaceX. He, as far as I know, Peter Thiel's never invested in Tesla financially. He did fund a guy who provides the LiDAR tech for the testing of their cars, though. So we have SpaceX and we have Tesla. We're going to make the companies green. So confirmed Epstein for both. Kimball Musk, also part of SpaceX. Was Kimball on any sort of the boards for Tesla? That video that Greg Reese did on Elon was great. What was the video? Posted about a 2012 lunch meeting with Elon Musk that took place after the registered sex offender served a year in jail for procuring underage girls for prostitution. It was a month or so ago. I'll look. Well, I'm taking this and adding it. We'll shrink all this stuff down. All the media is going to get shrunk so that we can fit it all. And Elon was at the Edge, which we learned about in the, was it the first episode? With like Sergey Brin. Oh, Sergey Brin's another good one to put on here. Google Boy. And his wife, his ex-wife, Ann Wojcicki. Susan Wojcicki's sister. So we have Sergey Brin, Wojcicki. I hate their last name. And we have proof of that too from that New York Post article. Rabbi Shmuley, the pornographer and good friend of RFK in Tulsi, defended Dershowitz against Epstein accusations. I remember that. You could probably just add big tech as an orange node like Israel. Yeah, that's true. Epstein. Let's see. Maybe I'll put that here. Move him over, move her over a little bit, and then we'll. Nope. I'm trying to remember the woman Johnny mentioned that flew with Epstein is now working with Elon. It wasn't the CEO of Twitter, was it? Or X? Ooh, Dershowitz. Dershowitz. Shmuley Botich defended Alan Dershowitz. Thank you so much, my dear friend RFK, for your strong support of Israel. Epstein and Bill Gates with Whitney Webb. Oh, that's a podcast. Gonna have to add Jeff Bezos at some point too. I will. Amber Heard
actually has a video of him using Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein's services. So Jeffrey Epstein, of course, quote, "Everyone knows Amber has something dark on EU. We just don't know what."
Was Elon Musk one of the famous celebrities who were on Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's famous client list? Does Amber Heard really know something shady about Elon? While the infamous trial between Amber and Johnny was going on, there was yet another scandalous trial taking place. That was the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. She was recently sentenced to 20 years in prison for being an accomplice to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
Epstein's
They keep calling him Epstein.
Of underage girls. Prosecutors say that she recruited and groomed 4 girls between 1994 and 2004 for Epstein, her longtime associate and former boyfriend. Before the judge read the sentence, Maxwell spoke to the court and the victims, but remained defiant, saying, quote, "I am sorry for the pain that you experienced. I hope my conviction and harsh incarceration brings you pleasure."
And while this happened, a photo of Elon and Ghislaine started making the rounds on Twitter, with many users believing that Elon too had some shady business with Ghislaine and Jeffrey. And we all know that Elon Musk has been very quiet about Amber, even though his name was brought up several times during the trial. He was set to testify in court, but refused to appear. So people believe that Amber has something incriminating against Elon, which might be the reason he has been so quiet. Maybe something to do with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Pierce Morgan? Gotcha, motherfucker. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hold on.
But refused to appear. So people believe that Amber has something incriminating against Elon, which might be the reason he has been so quiet. Maybe something.
Ah! Fuck you, Pierce Morgan. You think that's why he's so gung-ho about Israel? I do. I'm pretty much convinced that anybody that is pro-Israel has probably been implicated in this. It's rumored he's her baby daddy. I wouldn't doubt it. O.J. Simpson, Epstein, and even Trump all hired Dershowitz as their defense attorneys, despite Trump knowing what he knew about Epstein for all those years. Really? Is it pretty much safe to assume that anybody that's pro-Israel is probably on the list? I'm willing to place my horse on that race or something. Here's this article. Let me grab that really quick. Harvard, eh? Weird accusations that Mr. Dershowitz and Prince Andrew engaged in underage sex with a woman once tied to a jailed financier. Mr. Dershowitz has categorically denied the allegations. I just keep seeing all these buzzwords. Bill Clinton, murdering, homosexuals. That's not what it said, but where's the other one? Right there. Defense of Epstein, character who's central. Wait, they don't like his defense of O.J. Simpson. Man, we all know O.J. did that. He's dead now. What is he going to do to me? Do you guys remember? Okay, this was really funny. Right before O.J. Simpson died, like a month or two before, he had a video that came out and he was like, people trying to say I'm in hospice? Hospice? It's really funny if you guys get a chance to go look, because then he died. Leon Black was another one, and that opens up the Apollo Global stuff. So I may want to put him down here near Peter Thiel, because Peter Thiel has some connections to Apollo Global. Let's see. Leon Black. Was anybody else from there implicated? I can't remember. Do we already got... We don't. I just added him just for you, Peaches. So Dershowitz is going to be on there. Leon Black. JP Morgan Chase and its role in facilitating Epstein's trafficking operations. And he settled. If Leon Black, okay, anytime anyone settles and stuff like this, it's because they don't want it to come out in court. He was introduced to Alan Dershowitz by the Rothschilds. Noam Chomsky. Well, I'm not surprised. We never got confirmation of Hillary Clinton being on the Epstein list, did we? It was just Bill. Let's go ahead and add we're gonna add the Edge right here. This was his conference thing. The Edge. Because they were all living on the edge of consent. Or yeah, there's a joke there somewhere. I'm not gonna make it though. I should. I'm not gonna. And then Bezos. Right? So we have Jeff Bezos, Sergey Brin, and Elon Musk, all confirmed known associates of Jeffrey Epstein. Pierce has a few party photos. Oh, shit. What is this? What is this?
And you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house.
Yeah.
So, you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house.
Yeah.
So, you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein.
Why would you say that? Is there like who Barack, former Israeli prime minister, connected to Epstein in Chabad circles? Yes. Look, there's a black hat right there. Larry Page was at the Edge. I didn't know that. I thought it was just Sergey Brin. We have Google. Man, I am not going to be finishing this web tonight. I can already tell. And then from there, where did I put Wojcicki? Oh, I don't think I put Susan yet. Three YouTube CEOs were part of Edge. What? Really? Who were the other two? Pierce Morgan, Clairvoyant Skills, Harvey Weinstein. Check out the previous link I sent to. You got it. I don't know who these people are. Tony Fadel? Fidel? Oh, dude, did they just have, like, all of it? Do they have all the people on here? Holy shit, they do. Okay. Marina Abramovic, that's a good one to put on here. The Spirit Cooker. Oh man, the Edge is gonna have to come out and be like its own thing, isn't it? We're gonna drop it. probably out here. How can I... That works. Oh. Edge is its own rabbit hole. I don't doubt it. Just looking at the list already, there's so many people on there. There's some guy from the iPod division of Apple. Alan Ada, Paul Allen. Oh, the TED Talk guy. His name's not even Ted. That's bullshit. Just curious, what's the software program you use to make these? It's called Obsidian, and it is free for use. Third Culture is what Edge is all about. What's Third Culture? Is that like big tech? Professor of Cambridge. Chris Anderson. Third Culture dossier. Oh shit. Okay. This can't be all of them. There's no way that's all of them. Maybe that was just all the A's. Yeah. That may have just been all the A's. What is this? Tony Blair. He was UK PM, is that right? If I remember correctly. Richard Thaler. Epstein bought his way into an exclusive intellectual boys club. John Brockman. I don't know who John Brockman is, but I'm assuming he was like the co-financier or something of this Edge. You happen to discuss yet last year's Wired article about all the leaked geolocation data showing everyone who traveled to his properties? No. That's a thing that you can do? How do they have that? I guess the FBI, right? Do you guys see that bullshit right there? Epstein, who killed himself. Okay. Whatever you say, BuzzFeed. Brockman rubbing shoulders with Andy Warhol. Huh. Interesting. Third Culture is based off of the Rosicrucian Invisible College. It's behavioral economics. During the George G.W. era. Oh, shit. We got a link. What up, Steven? How you doing, brother? Let's see. I'm gonna scan this really quickly. Looking for other names. Okay. I think that's all we might get out of this article. Let me look at this, because Wired, I always have to take everything with a grain of salt, because the lady who runs it is a transhumanist. Where's the article? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Damn it, I missed too much to go back. Edge was funded primarily by Epstein. Let's see. It keeps disappearing. What is that? I'm not crazy, am I? Where does this keep going? What the fuck? It just keeps disappearing. I'm trying to read it before it disappears. Holy shit. I just keep having to refresh it. Wired.com ad hell. I know. It just keeps leaving. Maybe if I turn off my ad blocker, it won't. No, it still does. What the fuck? Can anybody find a plain text of that? Different browser? Maybe? Yep. It's working on Chrome. Hold on one second. But it doesn't say whose geolocation data it is, does it? I'm looking. Azera. Azera. Is it behind a paywall? No, it's my browser. I use Firefox because they still let you use ad blocker. Island geolocation Azira. None of the... What the fuck? Do we have any, like, proof of the geolocation stuff? Who was employed as an assistant to Epstein's former girlfriend. Protected from prosecution in a 2008 plea deal. So Sarah Kellen's getting put on here. I don't know who you are, Sarah, but you're a bad lady. How dare you? How could you? All right. We're not as far along as I would like to be. Okay. So we tied to Palantir, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm sure Palantir also has the data, but it said it was some company called Azira. So maybe... Wired article was released in part as an extortion threat, spook everyone in the data to cooperate. I wouldn't doubt it. So is this some like market research company? What even is this? I can't tell. But Azira was mentioned a couple times in that article. Who else do we have on here? Barlow, Borndes, Barrow, Bateson, Jeff Bezos. So you could probably just go to the Edge and see a lot of these people. Is David Brin Sergey Brin's brother? Probably not. We have... All right, let's go to C. Sean Carroll. Who are you? Caltech. Anybody know Ian's dad's name? Let's see. Laura Chang. Noam Chomsky, there he is. George Church. Bill Gates. Yeah, Bill Gates is on my list. Go look at that real quick. Be divorcing. Melinda Gates had been deeply troubled by Bill Gates' relationship with child sex trafficker and intelligence asset Jeffrey Epstein. The report suggested that Melinda was a major reason for her husband's decision to distance himself from Epstein around 2014 because of her discomfort with Epstein after they both met him in 2013. Do we really believe that, though? Johnny Vedmore has covered Edge a bit. Yeah, and I'm not trying... Man, the one thing I'm trying to avoid is, scalping other people's hard work. Because I know this takes a lot of work. And I don't want to just be like, oh, let me take everything that you've compiled and let me just go ahead and take it. You know, I want to do the legwork. But I appreciate everyone that has come before me because I know I'm like so fucking late to the topic. Was Bill Gates at the Edge? Was he there? He was. You son of a bitch. Okay. Good job. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's for some reason, even though I know I'm doing it the hard way by not just picking up where other people have left off, it feels not I feel like it lacks journalistic integrity a little bit, where I don't want to just copy paste. You know, I want to understand. Richard Dawkins, you son of... Oh, man. Richard Dawkins was associated with Al Seckel. Where'd he go? There he is. Oh. Richard Dawkins. Was at the Edge. And tied to Al Seckel. I think what we might do also for just speed of stuff. It's going to be so hard to take a lot of this without taking so many other things. That's them. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm looking at. We appreciate the hard work, just pointing out how important the Edge is in the Epstein network. I'm starting to understand now. I thought it was just like a one-time gig where they like held a party like E3, a fresh set of unbiased eyes. That's what I want. That's what I want. Welcome to the stream. So I guess we'll just kind of go out from the Edge and try to get as many names as we can on here. Jared Diamond. Isn't Jamie Dimon supposed to be implicated in something too? Through Chip Communications. George Dyson and Esther Dyson. Yes. Ari Emanuel, of course. Of course he's on here. And that's where we start to get the UFC. You guys think Dana White? Hold on. Let me see if Dana White was at the Edge. Tim White. Nope. Okay. Danette, of course. Cyril, who later was accused of sexual harassment at Berkeley. David Chalmers, Churchland, Chomsky. New to the Epstein. So I understand the Epstein thing. I'm just trying to dig up all the most like prominent people. I do eventually want to build it out to where it encompasses everybody, but I thought at least for the first episode we could get here's what I kind of want to do. Sorry, I'm not trying to do mistaken Masonic symbolism with my hands here. So I want to take all of the big relevant people that are in power right now. So current CEOs of companies, current politicians, anyone that has any sort of say-so. And I want to get them on this list and then build out from there and then start getting like secondary players. Anyone that's like a huge contributor, I want to put on here first and foremost. Anybody know what Ian Carroll's dad's name is? Okay. I don't know who these people are. Michael Spector of The New Yorker. Keith Coleman, Google Gmail. There's Anne and Esther Wojcicki. I'm assuming that's their sister. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw. Is Esther Wojcicki vice chair? Why have I looked at Creative Commons before? What is that? Why did I look at this? Why was it purple? Aaron Swartz from Reddit? Oh, man. Okay. Okay. He's dead, by the way. I still don't know if she's related to... Actually, let's see if Schwartz was on the list. Peter Schwartz. I don't see him on here. What is Creative Commons? Why did I look at this? I'm looking for another purple link. I have no idea why I've looked at this page before. I guess it doesn't matter. Wikimedia Commons. Oh, so fast to be on Rogan. He's a shill. Plotting out the power players on the web. That's awesome. Yeah. So I want to get who were the people that helped to make the Epstein thing happen, and then we'll start getting more into like secondary players and stuff. Gates campaign. Wait. Matt Gaetz, eh? Mark Furnich. I'm guessing he's going to be pretty important since he was a representative of Epstein. So we'll add him on here. That is Anne Wojcicki. And on the board of 23andMe also sits Linda Avey, and she's part of the Human Immunome Project, which is trying to sequence all human DNA for some reason. Bill Barr, Chuck Schumer, George W. Bush. Oh. Bill Barr was also tied up with the Clinton thing, right? The Clinton Monica Lewinsky thing. Do we have a source on Bill Barr? I guess I could look. Bill Barr Epstein. He was charged in July. Barr was asked if he would investigate the handling of decade-old Florida plea deal. They'll let Epstein escape responsibility for his conduct. Barr did ultimately recuse from an investigation in the Florida case. He did not from the New York case. Oh, Bill Barr's father. Hire Epstein for a college. That was my father. So who's Bill Barr's father? Donald Barr. All right. So I'm adding him on here. Tying him in. His old law firm, Kirkland and Ellis, had worked with Mr. Epstein on the Miami deal, and decades earlier, Mr. Barr's father. Yeah. Dershowitz, Chuck Schumer. Wait, what is this? Holy shit. This is Chuck Schumer's funding. Dude. Going back to 1992? All right, Chuck Schumer, you're going on the fucking web. Where? I'll put him down here. Epstein was donating to Chuck Schumer for years. 92, 95, 97. Damn, he sent him a lot of money in 97. You know what we probably could do? George Bush, John Kasich. Which George Bush was this? The original George Bush or George Bush, George W. Bush? I'm imagining it's the... Hard to tell. There's Bill Clinton. Who's Charles Oberly? Dan Glickman. Bob Dole! You bastard. Goldmine. Yep. You can just go to opensecrets.org, search Jeffrey Epstein, and see every politician he's ever donated to. That's crazy. This goes back to the 70s. Ken Starr thing. Who's Ken Starr? Sheds light on what's really going on in the 90s with the Clinton special counsel investigations. Was a sham guy investigating Clinton. Turns out a decade later to cut the non-prosecution agreement. Is Ken Starr the guy that was in Florida and gave him the sweetheart deal? The Whitewater controversy. Jim and Susan McDougal. Okay. We'll come back to that. You put Les Wexner on the list? Yes. Yes, Leslie Wexner is on the list. He's right up here. Ken Starr was on the legal team in the Florida case. Joined the legal team. Why does it keep getting rid of my chats? All the Rumble chats are gone. Roy Black, Jack Goldberger. Star covered up the Vince Foster murder. Oh man, I feel like there's so much I don't know. Alex Acosta, that name needs to be on this list. Who is Acosta wrapped up with? Is it Trump? Acosta's someone close to Trump, right? Ken Starr was on Trump's impeachment defense team in 2020. Really? Yep, sure enough. Was literally the next section. Pepper Hamilton. Wait. Baylor University. Oh, this guy's dead. For the legal organization Alliance Defending Freedom, the ADF. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Ken Starr's part of that too. Okay, let's get that on here. The ADF. I didn't even know what the ADF was. We'll make it blue. No, we'll make it yellow. Blue I usually save for like VCs and stuff. How the CIA Mossad avoiding mass shootings. Wait, what? 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 Yep, here's Carbine. Okay. Unit 8200 officers. This is further compounded by the fact that Unit 8200 linked tech companies have previously received U.S. government contracts to place backdoors in the U.S.'s entire telecommunications system, as well as the most popular products of major American tech companies, including Google, Microsoft, and Facebook, whose key managers and executives are now former Unit 8200 officers. What? Paul Singer. Singer's project to bolster Israel's tech economy. Startup Nation Central. What are you? Let's look at their leadership circle. Does it just not list anybody? Management team. There we go. I don't know any of these people. Former attorney Alex Acosta eased off the 2008 Epstein case after being told he belonged to intelligence and was later appointed Secretary of Labor in Trump's first term. That's right. The Talpiot program? Training program for recruits Academic, science, leadership. Felix Dothan of Hebrew University. Notable alumni. I'm probably getting put on a list if I'm not already. Holy shit, we're in HTML1. Uh, okay, maybe we don't look at that. What is the tower.org? What is the tower.org? It gave me a security risk. Bro. Okay. All right. They're probably wanting to put some trackers on me or something with that. Okay. All right. I'm getting a little off track here. All right. Who's another person? Who's another person in this? Demystifying Carbine. There's Ehud Barak right there. Alex Dizengoff. I'll go ahead and add these people on here. Because they were co-founders of Carbine. So I think that's important. Oprah, the lady who led Germany. Oprah's on the list. Epstein's arts friends. Here's Virginia Guffrey. Did you guys know that the Museum of Modern Art was largely founded by this lady named Mary Lasker, who has ties to the Rockefeller Foundation and was responsible for creating a lot of the institutes of health that we have today? Angela Merkel. Eileen Guggenheim. Is that even a real name? Are you allowed to have a name that goofy? Who's Eileen Guggenheim? It's saying here that she wasn't? It's hard to say. I mean, I don't trust Reuters ever because they are Reuters, but who's Eileen Guggenheim? Been photographed with Epstein and Ghislaine. All these Steens. Yup. Oh my god. What is this mask? Why would you do that? Why would you wear that? Anyway, doesn't matter. Harvey Weinstein. Wonder where he learned to do all that sexual abuse stuff from. It escapes me. Merkel is tied to Edge too. Angela Merkel? Wait a minute. Jane Metcalf, president and co-founder of Wired, is on here. She's going on the web. She's getting put on here. Maybe like way out. Oh no, I gotta tie her to the edge. She's also, she runs like some transhumanist thing or something. I can't remember what it is. I'd have to go look. It's, where did I put her? Maybe she's up here. Yeah, she runs this thing called Neo Life. And then she's also part of the, oh, you guys can't see that. She owns this company called Neo Life that's like a transhumanist thing. She's also part of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and she runs Wired. Oh, she's part of the Human Immunome Project. That's what it is. Jane Metcalf is. Ran the New York Academy of Art where Epstein would procure victims. Maria Farmer has talked about it. Let's see. Issues apology to Epstein accuser and alumna Maria Farmer after claims of victim blaming. There's Naomi Watts. And there's Warhol right there. MFA. Alleges Guggenheim invited her and other NYAA alumni to visit the Santa Fe painting workshop with Eric Fischel at his New Mexico ranch. Untrue. '96 about her and her sister's experiences. So who's this Eric Fischel guy? We have so many tabs. Was he implicated? Was he part of this? Alan Dershowitz coming back up. Man, we might have to make this like a series or something. he's not coming up anywhere except for the same mention that he ran the workshop. Okay, so this ADF thing. Mike Johnson. Oh, no. The Keebler elf. So he's part of this ADF thing. Honestly, there's like a bunch of people. Jeff Sessions was on there. Who else? Amy Coney Barrett. Supreme Court Justice. Who else? Mike Pence. Damn, did Trump just staff his cabinet from the ADF? The first term cabinet from people from the ADF? No, not Mike Johnson. Who would have thought that Mike Johnson was fucked up? Edges to this web, what Technocracy Inc. is to the previous web. That's what it's kind of seeming like. Like when we go back and look at like the Technocracy Inc. stuff, where I don't think I have it tied in here, but I did go ahead and just throw it all on right here with like Howard Scott and Joshua Haldeman and all that, and that's all tied back to this New School for Social Research, which gets into like all kinds of crazy shit going back to like the French Revolution. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Okay, where were we? Let's see, who else? Bill Barr, Jeff Sessions, Josh Hawley. Why does that name sound familiar? Who's Josh Hawley? Why is he on my list? Why do I know that name, I guess is the better question. Steve Bannon is keeping hours of footage of Jeffrey Epstein's secret. Ooh. Oh, yeah, I heard about that documentary. There's a photo of Woody Allen and Allen's adopted daughter walking with Epstein. I've seen that. I've seen that. Woody Allen's a fucking creep anyway. All right, who else do we have from this ADF thing? Who is Josh Hawley? He went to Stanford. Of course he fucking went to Stanford. Says it right here. Where'd it go? Right there. And Yale. Oh my God. Yale's where you get like the skull and bones stuff. Phi Beta Kappa, of course. Okay. He was part of the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist. Okay, Josh Hawley, how are you so young and so fucked up? How old is this guy? When were you born? 1979. Leon Black, he's on the list. He's on here. Right here. This Josh Hawley guy is going to be somebody to watch. You guys need to keep an eye on him. He's going to end up having some fucked up power at some point. I can almost tell. The Heritage Foundation, all that shit, bro. There's no way that he's not going to be someone to watch. You guys keep an eye on this guy. Serving with Eric Schmidt. Oh, I thought that was going to be Eric Schmidt from Google. My wife was under investigation by the WA Department of Health for speaking out against COVID. The ADF defended her pro bono and got her case dismissed. Good. I'm glad. But they have a lot of fucked up people that are associated with it. Michael Ferris. Anthony Weiner. And Anthony Weiner's tied to Huma Abedin. Wasn't that her ex-husband? Do we have some do you have some sources on the Anthony Weiner Epstein thing that I can just look at and tie him in? I'll go ahead and just Huma Abedin, who's now engaged to Alex Soros. The magicians on the map, David Blaine and David Copperfield. Oh, hold on. You're telling me that David Blaine and David Copperfield are on the Epstein list? Maybe that's why we're not getting the files. They made them disappear. Sorry. Okay. I'm just kidding. That was probably Mossad. Give me a few minutes. No worries. No worries. We are not in any rush, and I'm going nowhere. Literally and metaphorically. Okay. All right. What are some companies that, you know what? Let's keep adding politicians. Let's keep adding these politicians here. Money to candidates. There's Chuck Schumer, John Kerry. You're going on the list, John Kerry. Wasn't John Kerry the one that said that we need to get rid of the First Amendment? Ron DeSantis. Ooh. I know there's a lot of people that like Ron DeSantis. I don't like anyone in government. Just as a rule of thumb, if they're in government, they're probably fucked up. Nobody wants to be over other people and exert their will without being a sociopath. George Mitchell, deceased senator who was accused of committing the abuse. Bill Richardson, former governor of New Mexico. J.P. Morgan, the Davids. Oh, yeah, David Blaine and Copperfield. Yeah, J.P. Morgan definitely needs to go on here because they basically helped facilitate this entire fucking thing. JP Morgan and Chase Bank. That I know. That I know for sure. I also think it's real cute how they like semi-split each other up, but it's just the same fucking thing. George Mitchell. George Mitchell. Can I filter this by just candidates? Is that possible? Advanced search. Let's just look at candidates for now. Which George Bush was this? Epstein and Kissinger were both on the Council of Foreign Relations. Wait, what is this? Lincoln Obama? Hold on. Obama's hot dog party comes to mind, which Dan Bongino was part of Obama's Secret Service. when that party took place. Catherine Ruemmler. And Goldman Sachs. Okay. She went to Georgetown. In Georgetown, like the Jesuit college, right? If I'm not mistaken. Barack Obama. Do you guys know that Barack Obama's dad is part of Phi Beta Kappa? That Stanford thing? And his great-great-grandpa's name is Obama. Goldman Sachs. You remember that Phi Beta Kappa secret society I talked about? Going back to Stanford. Oh, that should be green. Georgetown is the Jesuit college, right? Ruemmler met with Jeffrey Epstein on dozens of occasions, including lunches and dinners, between her time in the White House and her subsequent hiring at Goldman Sachs. Flight to Paris in 2015, as well as a stop at his home in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Oh, she's part of the FINRA board now. Okay. What is this? Wall Street has an Epstein problem. That's the JP Morgan Chase bank suit. Epstein was involved in the establishment of a customer relationship with Catherine Ruemmler, who is the longest serving White House general counsel under former President Barack Obama. Wait, what? That Jeffrey Epstein met with multiple left-wing individuals, including Joe Biden's now CIA chief, William Burns. You're going on the list, Bill Burns. You CIA bastard. I guess we could put him down here. We'll put Joe Biden over here. This. Joe Biden. You guys think Biden was on the plane? Getting a good amount of views on X. Welcome everybody to the stream. If you have sources and stuff that can tie Jeffrey Epstein to someone that is currently in power or is powerful, please feel free to throw them out with a source that I can look at to verify. Council on Foreign Relations. $350,000 donation. Richard Haas announced the funding decision in an email to members that also acknowledged that Epstein had been a council member from 1995 to 2009. Well, that's all we need there. 1K viewers, nice going. Let's go, dude. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're doing the Epstein list that the government couldn't and wouldn't do, because half of them are on it. We have 4 Kennedys, including RFK, Council of Foreign Relations. If I could spell. And then Kissinger just opens up a whole other web. So was Kissinger a confirmed flight? I wouldn't be surprised. But even just bringing this in, like this is going to bring in 5 or 6 other people. Did you guys know? Hold on, let me make sure that I have this correct. I forget who it was. No. Antony Blinken's dad was part of the Open Society Archives. What else was Donald Blinken a part of? The World Federation of United Nations Associates. Oh, that reminds me. Blinken, Samuel Pisar, right? Was he was Robert Maxwell's guy, his legal guy? If I remember correctly, Robert Maxwell. And that's where you get Antony Blinken. Samuel Pisar, Robert Maxwell. Oh, look at this. He returned to Washington in 1960 to become a member of John F. Kennedy's Economic and Foreign Policy Task Force. Like I said, dude, the Kennedys were sheeps to the slaughter. They were not the people that everyone thinks they were. Pisar was possibly the last person to speak to Robert Maxwell. Well, shit. Okay. Well, we have Samuel Pisar, and that brings in Antony Blinken, and then we can tie him over to Joe Biden. I'll tell you what. We should have 2 requirements for holding office. 1, you can't be a dual citizen, and 2, you can't be a pedophile. I feel like that's a pretty low bar. Maybe that's just me, but it would end up disqualifying about half of, probably all of them, honestly. I wouldn't doubt it. And then we can add, what's his name? Donald Blinken? Blinken's real dad? Yeah. You know, Donald got into some weird shit. Or something, probably. I don't know. Okay, so Pisar was part of JFK's cabinet, which is insane. Because he was Robert Maxwell's legal guy. So we'll put JFK over here with the rest of his Kennedys. I might even be able to move some of this down. Move that there. Bring this down. We'll take this, do that. We'll take, we'll take Matt Gaetz and Eric, or Matt something. Mark Furnich. Kash Patel's girlfriend works for PragerU and an Israeli intelligence front. Yeah, and Kash Patel's Trishul LLC was receiving payments from Matt Gaetz during that sex trafficking thing. I'll go ahead and add that on here. That's true. Kash Patel. Kash Patel is also a member of the Trump Media and Technologies Group. Ooh, there's the Anthony Weiner connection. That's what I was waiting on. Let me link Kash Patel to Donald Trump really quick. I still can't believe they let that motherfucker be the FBI director. That's how you can tell this is the last administration we're ever going to have, because half of the people in office are just not qualified to do their job. I mean, none of them are qualified because they're all expressly against the interests of the people. But this is probably the most ridiculous administration I've ever seen. Like, we have ambassadors to Hollywood, and one of them is fucking Sylvester Stallone. Ooh, was Stallone on the flights? He died. Bill Clinton. Okay, get out of here. Anthony Weiner, Roy Moore. Something or previous, blah, blah, blah. Weiner's digital mistress, women he could exchange sexual photographs and text messages with, was a 15-year-old girl. You disgusting piece of shit. Weiner's wife divorced him after the incident. Huma Abedin is connected to Hillary Clinton. So who's Roy Moore? Was Roy Moore the Alabama? Okay, I don't know what I expected from that. He was the Alabama guy, right? Yeah. Was he connected to Epstein? He was a lawyer. Moore has praised Vladimir Putin. Putin's just owned by the Chabad. So is Zelensky, by the way. Both of them are. Criticized DACA. So where's the Anthony Weiner Epstein connection come in? I mean, I see that they're both pedophiles, but I don't... I don't see where he gets directly connected to Epstein. Exactly. I might just be missing it, but... Do you know JF Gary P? Small-time streamer in the alt-right sphere who dropped his wife in the... No. That's definitely something to investigate on a later episode. eugenicist who tried to take away mentally handicapped women who couldn't take care of herself. He received money from Epstein. That Garapi guy, I think people infer that they must have known one another owing to their shared associates. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The problem, though, is like if we don't have a list to tie him directly to it, I'm okay with the proximity where we have him, tying him through the Clintons right here, but I feel like I can't make a French, I can't make a direct connection, read French and said it. Kash Patel's girlfriend, PragerU. Let's go ahead and throw her on here, and then I'll draw a line to Israel. What's her name? Because I've seen that before. Alexis Wilkins. You know what's funny? They probably took Kash Patel's like official photo right after showing him the dirt that they have on him. And that's why he looks so scared. You guys ever seen an FBI director look so afraid to have his picture taken? I think that was taken before he was the FBI director, but it's still really funny. All right, let's see here. Who's another person? I might just go back to the edge while I'm waiting on White Ethno State, the ADF or ADL. Sargon of Akkad. Andy Worski. People have said I look like him. I don't see it. This guy's not tied to Epstein, is he? I don't see it. I don't know. We'll have to look at that at on another episode. Did anyone notice Trump say he's superstitious last night so that tariffs take effect 4/2/25? 42, of course. You know, I've always been under the assumption that 42 for them is associated with slavery. And 33 is sacrifice. I like the numbers that they put in headlines and stuff is like their way to communicate with each other. And it seems like every time 33 shows up, it's sacrifice. And anytime 42 shows up, it's about something to do with like further enslaving the masses. That's my theory. It is just a theory. It's hard to corroborate all that stuff because there's no like book that says this is what this means, you know, so it's tough. Yeah, just like he's President 45 and 47, which is just 9/11. 9/11 was Boaz and Jasheen, and then you had the Solomon Building. Let's see. The Rockbridge Institute. That's not related to the Rockbridge Network, I'm assuming. Vice President of Human Resources at Apple. God, this is so much stuff. Is Peter Thiel on here? No. Okay. E. Who's someone else? Okay, I remember adding Ari Emanuel. F. David Farber. Why do I know that name? Many to be the grandfather of the internet. Is currently chief technologist, Federal Communications Commission. This can't be current. ESL. Oh, okay. I was mistaken. Oh, we also have a couple. Okay. Man, this Boltzmann Booty account that you link to me all the time, they have a treasure trove of stuff. When you hear PragerU, you should think that's literally an Israeli operation. I do. Oh God. Dennis Prager. All right. So let's do this. We're going to do I'm going to look at that link you just sent in a second. I just have to correct this because she's not directly tied to Israel, but PragerU is. Okay. So we have a link here about that guy. It's thinking about it. Right now it's hacking my computer and sending all of my data directly to Israel. But Epstein funded this guy? With $25,000? Why isn't this working? Let me try it in Chrome. Oh, there it is. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein funded him with $25,000 in 2015.
US with a $25,000 check in 2015, I believe.
Wow. This is the Jeffrey Epstein who has like a pedophile island or something, and is a Clinton.
Well, at
backer?
the time, he had not been found guilty, I believe, of this yet. But there were allegations coming out in the media. But I didn't care. I mean, to me, if you hate pedophiles, you should want to take the money out of their bank account and put it in other people's bank accounts. So from a moral perspective, I was totally fine with that.
What kind of mental gymnastics shit is that? He's paying you for something.
Oh, I get that argument, but the implication of someone donating money is that, you know, you pay the piper, you get to call the tune, and so but
well,
not
this
always.
was a conditionless donation because it was an educational show that I had, Neuro TV, and so to me it was no problem. And I've talked to the media back then. I remember receiving a call from a mainstream media journalist, and he was like, "Do you mind about the fact that he has committed crimes?" But I was like, I do not support crimes, but I will not refuse money for a non-profit in the US that does good work, even if it comes from a bad person. I would.
Okay. All right. That makes no sense to me. Dude, if you know where the money's comes from, nobody gives you money for free. That's why I don't take sponsors. Do we know what the what was the nonprofit that was associated with that donation? Do we know? He was a postdoctoral researcher in neuroscience at Duke University, but fired due to sexual misbehavior. Prominence paid co-host of Andy Worski's YouTube show. Duke University. Duke is tied to a lot of transhumanist shit. All right. Well, you're going on the list, JF something. Does it say... It doesn't say what it was that donated to him. But he straight up... Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, the Jeffrey Epstein 6 Foundation. Yeah, that dude's crazy. Why? No. his logic behind taking the donation is terrible. I think this is important for the Kash Patel thing. Where'd she go? There she is. And is this an active U.S. congressperson? American politician, Army intelligence officer, University of Arizona, deployed to Saudi Arabia, bar exam. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. Republican primary attracted a field of prominent candidates, including venture capitalist Blake Masters. Blake Masters is over the Teal Home Foundation or something. He's a protege of Peter Thiel. Okay. I know about Blake Masters. So let's see. We might be able to bring him down here somewhere. Shit. I might need to move him. Because he's tied to Kash Patel's girlfriend. And then we have Blake Masters. Who Peter Thiel trusts a lot. We'll do that. I guess we'll put president of the Thiel Foundation. That's what it is. That's blue. Because it's like a VC capital kind of thing. And then we had the... What was it? The Jeffrey Epstein 6 Foundation? Harvard University. Is this what he used to... Oh, he was also on the Trilateral Commission. That's probably very important to include. That's probably an important detail. Let's see. Because that's where we then get Antony Blinken's dad? No, Anthony Blinken himself. Where'd you go, Blinken? There he is. So we'll do this. Trilateral Commission. And doesn't that start to bring in... Is it Tulsi Gabbard? I could be mistaken there. He says the cops are harassing him because he's anti-leftist. He only has like 400 viewers, but in reality, they're investigating his wife's disappearance. They should. It sounds like a Chris Watts situation going on there. Who was it? Trilateral Commission. It was Blinken. Michael Bloomberg. So Michael Bloomberg is also part of the Trilateral Commission, or was. I can't remember. But that I have vetted for myself. What didn't Michael Bloomberg run in 2020? Yeah. Presidential Medal of Freedom. That means he sucks. Defense Innovation Board. When have I looked? Apparently, I've looked at that before. Department of Defense, DOD. Who are you, Susan Gordon? Principal Deputy of the Director of National Intelligence, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, CIA, Senior Advisor to the Director of CIA from Duke University. So she's into most likely transhumanist stuff. Ratcliffe. So where does she come in on this? So was she almost... Wait. If he appoints anyone other than Sue Gordon as acting DNI, will raise holy hell. Serves on the board of the NSSA. What the fuck? I've never heard of this lady before in my life. Reid Hoffman, chairman of LinkedIn, member of the Bilderberg Group. So maybe we add this here, the Defense Innovation Board. And that brings in Reid Hoffman. And he's part of the Bilderberg Committee, which Peter Thiel is also on. I always forget the R. Peter Thiel's on there. We'll go ahead and add Palantir and Alex Karp too. I was really shocked to find out that Stacey Abrams was part of the Bilderberg Steering Committee. Oh. I don't know if that's how you spell it, but that's how I'm going to spell it. What is this? Jeffrey Epstein science donation apologies statements. Interesting. What is this? are even more extensive than we thought. Yeah, because he donated to... Oh, we got to put Bill Ackman and his wife on here. Oh, I accidentally started DaVinci Resolve. Let me fix that. Okay, sorry. Bill Ackman's wife has to go on my list. And by extension, Bill Ackman. Because he donated to her through MIT. What was her name again? Nori something? Bill Ackman's on here somewhere. Where you at, Bill? Piece of shit. Could have swore he was around. There he is. There he is. Neri Oxman. That's it. Neri Oxman. Neri Oxman. Hey, sir, never mind about Anthony Weiner. Take him down, please. Well, he's not directly connected, but he is connected to the Clintons. And he's also a PDF file. I lied. It's all good. It's all good. I couldn't find anything, so I'm not going to draw a line directly to Epstein for him. But what he did and his connections and his power and his influence is not going to keep him off of my list. And then from here, Bill Ackman. And then that's where we also get Universal Music Group. Because he's a prominent figure over there. And then that's where you start to get like Clive Davis. Counselor assessed as having the social and mental maturity of a 10 or 11-year-old. What? Is that same guy? That, what's his name? That JF guy? Nope. Clive Davis. Diddy. Garapi. Yeah. Seen Scientific Friends. Martin Nowak. Celebrity physicist. Introduced another leading scientist after his release from jail. Leon Black. Howard Gardner. Think Epstein in a book. Who's Howard Gardner? All right, we have Leon Black on there. Martin Nowak. He's from Cambridge. Do I put him down here with Leon, maybe? We'll do like that. We'll bring him up a little. I mean, he doesn't seem super important because I've never heard of him. And then Leon Black, we'll put Apollo Global. Apollo Global was just a reshuffling of Drexel Burnham Lambert after they got in trouble. So that's gonna bring in like Brock Pierce and shit. I may actually take Apollo Global and put it here, right there, like that, because we have to tie in Brock Pierce, because Brock Pierce is also a direct client of Jeffrey Epstein, and he was tied in with that digital entertainment network. And he's the co-founder of Tether, which doesn't make sense to me, because why would we allow an Epstein client to sit there in China and create a cryptocurrency? Wow, I fucked that up. Okay, don't look at that. Entertainment network. Why would we allow a known Epstein client to make millions and millions of dollars even after he had accusations of child rape against him? So let's see. We'll put DBL over here. Did you guys know that Nigel Farage was part of Drexel Burnham Lambert? So we have Nigel Farage. We have Michael Milken, who got pardoned by Donald Trump. He got in trouble for this Drexel Burnham Lambert thing. Oh man, how do we connect? Where's Donald Trump? He's up there. Michael Milken. I think that's how you spell it. Milken. And he was part of the Drexel Burnham Lambert thing. And then he has the Milken Institute. Which has a conference called the Milken Global Conference that Brock Pierce has spoken at. Make this, is it yellow? Yeah, I guess that's fine. So we have the Milken Global Conference. And since I think the edge is, the edge is purple, so we'll also make this purple because that's kind of the same deal. And Brock Pierce spoke at that once or twice. Also tied to Digital Entertainment Network is like, is it Chase Collins and Michael Rector? What is this? What is this that you're sending me here? What is this? Lawrence Krauss. Okay, we'll keep that up so we can get Lawrence on the web. Oh, the Jeffrey Epstein Foundation. Okay. Harvard University. Harvard's Mind Brain Behavior Committee has funded numerous brain researches. Projects. Evolutionary Dynamics. Neuro TV. STEM. St. Thomas St. John STEM Fair. Martin Nowak. There he is. Okay. Has supported many leading scientists, including Stephen Hawking, Martin Nowak, Gregory Binford, Lee Smolin, Seth Lloyd, Lawrence Krauss, Marvin Minsky. Former member of the Mind Brain Behavior Committee at Harvard. That's important. Because that goes into like the psychological operations and shit. I guess we'll tie that back down to like the... Who else was on there? Oh, he's also a former Rockefeller University board member. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. We'll move the Teal Foundation over. I guess this would be like a school thing, right? So we'll do it like that. Man, this still isn't anywhere near what I thought it was going to be. Not after 3 hours. That's on me, though. I keep getting fucking distracted. Rockefeller University, which has ties to eugenics. I believe we're going to make that, I guess, also blue. Since it's... Would you really even call it a school? Just seems like a club to me. The New York Academy of Science. Well, like, what did Jeffrey Epstein know about science? Okay. I still can't believe Stephen Hawking. Mount Sinai. I've heard of that before. Why? Why have I heard of that? Oh, that's why. It's where Moses got the commandments or whatever, allegedly. Supposedly. The program is one of the first evolution of molecular biology with the primary use of mathematics. It became one of the first departments to develop a mathematical model of how cancer cells evolve, as well as infectious bacteria and viruses such as HIV. Oh yeah, this is some eugenics shit. This is definitely tied to eugenics. Oh. No, that's good. Okay. Man, look at all these ties, though. I didn't realize so many people were okay with pedophilia. What the fuck? Okay. Harvey Weinstein just opens up his own can of worms here. Epstein Science, Eugenics, Sexual Abuse Researchers. Let's look at that. How you doing, Aisha? Sentencing. Literary super agent who seems to represent every scientist who's ever written a book. Daniel Dennett. Cognitive science. Co-founder of the Kalergi Project. Where have I heard that before? What is... Former religious leaders. Okay. I've heard of... Is it the Kalergi Plan? I think that's what I'm thinking of. Dan Barker. I bet he's on that previous list. These might be unrelated. Yeah, they're unrelated, most likely. He was referred to as one of the four horsemen of New Atheism: Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Office of Strategic Services, Harvard, coming up again. That's where Mark Zuckerberg's from. He came from Harvard. Steven Pinker. Who's Jared Diamond? MacArthur Genius Grant. I guess I've looked at that before. National Science Foundation, which came from the Rockefeller Foundation. He gave TED Talks. Pulitzer Prize. Huh. All right. There's no crosstalk or conversation. Passion for cutting-edge sciences. Epstein had described a plan to inseminate women at his ranch outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico. And that's the underground Epstein breeding farm, isn't it? Isn't there a survivor that talks about that stuff? I can't remember her name, but I've seen a ton of videos from her. And she claims to have been, what is her name? I think Rich Willett interviewed her. Interesting cryogenics. What was her name? Let me look it up on Twitter. Oh. Juliette Bryant. Was directly advertised on Jeffrey Epstein's website. Zorro Ranch. That's it. Oh, she follows me. That's really nice of her.
I met Epstein when he was in Africa with Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker. As we know, Epstein's accomplices are very evil. Many of them have recently been caught. He was very close with the Maxwell family as well. P. Diddy was friends with Chris Tucker. P. Diddy was recently arrested. Also, Victoria's Secret. I was supposed to be taken there to model for them.
That's where Leslie Wexner
Where are all the
comes
other
in.
Epstein victims? Why are their names not on the flight logs? Why have Epstein victims been hurt and killed? Why have there been no more lawsuits against men like Prince Andrew? And why was there a huge settlement for human trafficking when there are no names on the flight logs? Down the rabbit hole we go. What is being hidden under the island and New Mexico? As we all know, there's something else going on here. Epstein was very interested in transhumanism. I met many scientists there. He also apparently funded the robot Sophia. The owner of Google, Sergey Brin, and his ex-wife, who owns 23andMe, were also on the island. All the directors resigned when P. Diddy was arrested. I met Michael Bay at the New Mexico ranch, although he denies it.
Did she say she met Michael Bay at Epstein Ranch?
When P. Diddy was arrested. I met Michael Bay at the New Mexico ranch, although he denies it. He made a movie about human cloning, The Island. Also, when you...
Humanity Plus. That is on another one of my webs somewhere. Oh, what was it? The TESCREAL stuff. Right here with Nick Bostrom. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's coming back to my mind. That's coming back to my mind. But definitely go give Juliet Bryant a follow if you're interested in hearing firsthand accounts from a Jeffrey Epstein survivor. She is very forthcoming, just based on conversations I've seen people have with her. I would like to speak with her at some point. David Pierce. Do I have Pierce on the web? I don't. Let's add him. Nope. EA. Sorry, that's for my records for later. And you said did anybody buy the ranch? Do we know of? Procuring and gathering everyone needed to implement their pandemic and population reduction plan. Exactly. All of the like the mRNA shots and shit, that's just all transhumanism. They're trying to reduce the immunoresponse system so that they can add nanotechnology to your body without your white blood cells thinking that they're foreign. And that way they can start imposing the internet of bodies in people, and their bodies won't just like shut down or fight it off. Also wanted his penis and head frozen. Do we know if he got that done? Why the penis? Computer scientists told Times, scientists, 20 women at a time impregnated. Lanier, who's been dubbed the godfather of virtual reality, said he spoke to the scientist who told him she worked at NASA during a dinner party at Epstein's... Wait, what? Lanier. Jaron Lanier. Who are you? I don't think that's... Yeah, that's... What the fuck, dude? Why does he look like that? Worked on applications for Internet 2 in the 2000s. He was a visiting scholar of Silicon Graphics. He began work at Microsoft. He's from New Mexico. His mother and father are Jewish. His mother was allegedly in the concentration camps. His father immigrated from Ukraine to escape pogroms. Received a grant from the National Science Foundation, which is just the Rockefellers. Rockefeller's all about eugenics. Criticizes the claims made by Ray Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil is another transhumanist technocrat. He wants us to merge with AI by 2045. Repository for germinal choice. Just like Ted Williams. Who's Ted Williams? Was Lanier the guy at the city council meeting with the viral speech in San Diego a few years ago? That's a good question. Ooh, what's this?
Filed by a young boy who would work for Mark Collins Rector. This is the first allegation of sexual abuse that became public. At the time, Den was gearing up for a $75 million initial public offering, which was going to make them all very rich. And when that started to leak out more and more, two of the boys that have been victims, Mike E. and Alex B., went into the estate with a camera to collect evidence.
Oh.
One thing he took pictures of was the huge amount of prescription bottles that were in Mark Collins Rector's name. OxyContin was one of them, but there was Vicodin, Percocet, Xanax, and there was like a lot of bottles.
We went back into the MNC estate, him and I, one night, and went through and copied every single one of their file cabinets from all their passenger manifests for Jet West file, all their American Express files. I mean, every document that was in those files we copied. Cabinet after cabinet. We sat there at the copy machine hours copying them.
Brock Pierce.
It's an email from Brock to Chad, and it says, "What do you think?" And it is a picture of a young boy. This one says, from Brock to Chad, another interesting one from Michigan. Chad's response on that one was, "That's a yummy one." And Brock writes to him, "Would you like me to contact either of them?" Chad writes, "Well, they both look cute, but what's their deal?" Question mark.
It was a
Jesus Christ. Where you at, Brock? We're gonna add Chad Collins Rector to this list here. Musk, Thiel, Zuckerberg, and Andreessen alternate autocratic reality. I know Zuckerberg wants people to live in the metaverse. Peter Thiel wants everyone to live in the metaverse too. Now, was Collins Rector part of Epstein? Hold on. Or Mark Collins Rector. I don't know why I thought it was Chad. Al's mother was Lady Gaga's mentor in music school. Lady Gaga was part of the Johns Hopkins University Center for Talented Youth with people like Mark Zuckerberg, MKBHD came from there. Andrew Yang. Man, this guy looks like shit. He left the U.S. He's living in the Dominican Republic. He lives in Antwerp. He was a silent partner on IGE, which had Bannon on it. That was internet gaming something. I'm assuming that's where they were trying to like link up with little boys on video games. Al's mother. Al Shackle. If we're going to inquire how we got to a place of radical income inequality, post-truth reality, and the looming potential for a second American Civil War, we need look no further than these four. Ah, Joshua Haldeman, look at that. Techno-determinism. Donald Trump coming in. Adam Fisher. Who are you, Adam Fisher? That's a conductor. Is this him? No. I feel like they might have misspelled his name. Metaverse, crypto, interplanetary colonization, transhumanism, not to mention AI, Web3. According to his biographer, Max Chafkin, Klaus, Ray Kurzweil, Nick Bostrom. He wrote Superintelligence. Bostrom's connect. Okay, here's the early virtual pioneer makes an eloquent case for resisting technological advancement and the singularity. The reason to believe in human agency over technological determinism is that you can have an economy where people have their own way and invent their own lives. If you structure a society on not emphasizing individual human agency, it's the same thing operationally as denying people clout, dignity, and self-determination. The problem is, though, is that he was a VR pioneer, so doesn't that technically mean that he contributed to the thing? He contributed to the digital technocratic virtual prison that they're trying to put us all in. Essentially, they're trying to make The Matrix. They're trying to make The Matrix, the movie, real. And it's fucking scary. These guys are insane. CRISPR, CIS9, working with China. Is Epstein in here somewhere? No. Okay. What is this? If I want to laugh. Dude, he's such a piece of shit. He's so dishonest. That's why he was on Joe Rogan. This is Lady Gaga's mom. Or Al's mom. From Yale. Born in Germany. All these red flags. Who's this lady? Oh, Al Seckel's mom. Okay. Scoping never ends. I know. Hers. Oh, look at that. Sure enough. Yeah.
Lawsuit.
Then we have Breitbart. And that goes back into the Huffington Post stuff. The charity donated $100,000 to pay the salary of Human Plus Vice Chairman Ben Grotzel. Who are you, Ben? So Humanity Plus comes in then. Relationships continued even... Okay, hold on. Stephen Hawking, Murray Gell. Struck a 2008 plea bargain. Palm Beach, Florida. $20,000 to the Worldwide Transhumanist Association, now known as Humanity Plus. Okay, so he has donated directly to this Humanity Plus thing. That is interesting. We'll get that on there as well. I believe it's Reid Hoffman may be a name for the list. Do we already have him on here? Reid Hoffman, Reid Hoffman, Reid Hoffman. Oh, wait, no. Where? Reid Hoffman. I thought I already had him on here. I could be mistaken. You have an account on Nostr. Everyone there owns his data, even the list of followers, etc. It's not censorable. What's Nostr? I don't know what that is. Is that like a social media thing? Ah. And he was part of the SBF stuff. And they donated to Sam Altman. Charles Johnson's deleted account. Reid Hoffman is going to probably go on the list here. He is on my list. Where did I put him? I could have swore I added him somewhere. Unless I'm stupid? I mean, that's very possible. I could have swore I had him on here somewhere. Reid Hoffman, Reid Hoffman. Because we were looking at his Wikipedia earlier. There he is. There he is. I knew I'd find him. The decentralized social media, yes. No, I don't know anything about it. So Reid Hoffman then. FTX. I think that's how you spell it. I don't remember. He is on the list already. Let's go, dude. I'm starting to learn. And then they both gave money to Sam Altman. So Sam Altman is funded by a Jeffrey Epstein client. OpenAI, which is Peter Thiel and Elon are also a part of that. So maybe we're gonna do this. We're gonna do like that, and we're gonna bring Sam Altman over here, and we're gonna do this and this and this, and then move FTX up like that. And then Sam Altman and the thing with his sister and the whistleblower and all that shit, man, that shit's fucking dark. We're at Elon. Noster's on Bitcoin like Twitter. Jack Dorsey's really into it. Isn't Jack Dorsey just a plant? Isn't Jack Dorsey also CIA? Hoffman visited Epstein's Island. 2 more tweets from Charles Johnson. Jesus. Good personal friend. Ghislaine should be pardoned too and released. I'm working on that. This guy's not doing work anymore, right? Are you Morpheus? Maybe. I don't think I'm black enough. Yeah, dude, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. And he's wrapped up with Matt Gaetz. Yeah, I forgot about that. Where did I put him? He's on here somewhere. Where'd you go, Charles? There he is. We're going to bring him down here by Matt Gaetz. What did I do with Matt Gaetz? There he is. Yeah. Let's go. Hold on. I need to check something. Where'd you go to school? Chairman of Block. Developer of Square Financial Services platform. Square, I believe, isn't that funded by a founders fund? Doesn't he get Peter Thiel money? Hold on. No, it's Stripe. Stripe gets Peter Thiel money. Sorry. Oh. Web disappeared. There's the browser. Where'd you go to school, Jack Dorsey? Jared Cohen. Block. He joined the board of directors of Blue Sky. Dorsey is speculated to be Satoshi. His admiration of Michael Bloomberg. Okay, hold on now. Bob Menendez. Wasn't Bob Menendez implicated with the Egypt donations? Financially to the campaign of Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. Endorsed RFK. Yeah, I don't think that Dorsey is an ally. That's my personal opinion. Yeah, Bob Menendez was the guy that got hit with FARA charges, wasn't he? Ex-girlfriend of disgraced New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez took part in orgies. Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, what? Claim that disgrace allegedly participated in orgies. Prosecutors claim Menendez took actions from 2018 to 2022 on behalf of Egyptian officials without registering as a foreign agent. He got 11 years. Yeah, it's crazy that all he had to do was just he took money from the wrong country. He would have taken money from Israel. He might have actually taken money from Israel, but if he would have only taken money from Israel, he'd probably be in Donald Trump's cabinet right now. Gwen Beck. Okay, who's this Gwen Beck lady then? That's not what I wanted. Okay. Oh, maybe that was on purpose. Gwendolyn Beck. So does that mean that Menendez was associated with Epstein also? I guess I should just read the fucking article. That was probably his handler. Dated him in 2010. And then after that is when they started keeping track of his Egyptian ties. All the way back in 95? Holy shit. Five years later, back at the Florida estate with Epstein, Prince Andrew, and Trump's then-girlfriend, Melania. She was at Morgan Stanley. All right, you're going on the list, Gwyneth. Gwendolyn. Sorry. I guess I should put her up here with Trump and Melania. And then tie Elaine to her. And then what was the other lady's name? The one that was part of that with them? Giuffre. I think that's how you pronounce it. Probably not. Oh, dude, we have 20 minutes left. She's the victim? Is she? Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Giuffre is the victim. Beck is the perpetrator. You're right. I apologize for that. Right? Oh. Yes. Okay. I don't know why she's on my web. I must have misunderstood that part. We'll delete her. She doesn't need to be associated with these people. I mean, we're making progress. I feel like we're not even a 1/10 of a 1% into the web here. I still want to find something to link Andrew Tate. That would be kind of funny. Andrew Cuomo, though. Does anybody have an unredacted list like this? It's got to be on Twitter, right? Let me see what I can find. Ah, Vedmore. Okay. Okay. Johnny Vedmore coming in clutch, dude. I need to reach back out to him. He's a good guy. He's doing good work. I'm trying to see if there's any names that I recognize here. Oxford College. There's fucking David Blaine and Tony Blair. All right, David Blaine. Did I already put him on here? I don't think so. And you guys said David Copperfield was on here too, right? Mike Bloomberg. Bondini. Why was this guy circled? Who is this guy? Flavio? ...2007 Spygate affair? Was a fugitive in the Virgin Islands where he set up several franchises. Italian Stock Exchange. Benton Clothing Company. Oh, he's a cheater. He's a pedophile and a cheater. Well, I don't know if he's a pedophile, but he's in the book. I can't just claim someone's a pedophile. I think you can get sued for that. Dating supermodel Heidi Klum. Oh, Naomi Campbell. Oh. Oh. She's already on the list. All right. Well, this guy's going on there. Well-connected, rich. If you want, we can finish the stream with an Alex Jones video again. I got one where he's arguing against a picture of Ben Shapiro, calls him a rat, an infiltrator paid by Israel. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't like Ben Shapiro either. If I ever see Ben Shapiro out in public, I'm going to pants him. Maybe. I don't know. Is that illegal? I'm going to give him a noogie or something. I need to bookmark that list. The little black book, unredacted. Yeah. Okay, so I'll be able to come back to this. Ooh, I wonder if Teal's in here. Probably. I saw Lisa Kudrow. Teal men. Who's Rupert Tate? Is this the same Rupert Tate? In London. Probably not. All right, tell me when. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick recap here. So we started from scratch with Jeffrey Epstein. We have obviously Ghislaine Maxwell, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's sister, Isabel. I still have to figure out who she's tied to. We ended up looking at The Edge, which includes Marina Abramovic, Chris J. Anderson over TED Talks, John Brockman, Evgeny Morozov, and Andy Warhol. Ari Emanuel, of course, Jane Metcalf from Wired magazine is in here, and she's part of that Human Immunome Project thing. Tony Blair, we have Bill Gates, all from The Edge, Sergey Brin and his wife, Anne Wojcicki. Larry Page was also there. Anne Wojcicki's sister, Susan, I think she was either there or, I mean, she was part of that Elsa Gate shit, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was all sort of connected to that too. We have Jeff Bezos was there. Another known associate of Jeffrey Epstein was Brock Pierce. A known associate of Epstein was Brock Pierce, which, by the way, Brock Pierce, who was doing all that shit with Mark Collins Rector, Justin Trudeau's brother, MAGA grifter. Dustin Stockton has actually said that Brock Pierce is his hero, or is like a hero. I have that somewhere. Let me look for that. Hold on one sec. Escanor sent that to me. Escanor's good people too. He's very blunt. It literally says Dustin Stockton reposted Brock Pierce. Dude, Brock is an absolute legend patriot. Again, you guys see this, right? You guys see all this, right? Just Thought it was interesting. Okay. All right. Where's that? Okay. All right. Anyway. We have Robert Maxwell's lawyer was Samuel Pisar, who was the stepfather to Antony Blinken. And then you had Donald Blinken, obviously. They were both on, or Antony Blinken was on the Trilateral Commission with Mike Bloomberg, who was also part of the Defense Innovation Board. There sits Reid Hoffman, who was part of FTX with Sam Bankman-Fried, and they both donated to Sam Altman over OpenAI, who also received donations from Peter Thiel. Elon Musk helped start it. We have Kimball Musk, who got his girlfriend from Ghislaine. We have emails from Jeffrey Epstein and Elon Musk together. Jeffrey Epstein was allowed free reign over SpaceX and Tesla, was probably funding them as well. I haven't confirmed that specifically. Isabel's husband or former husband, Al Seckel, he's dead now, but he introduced Brock Pierce and Steve Bannon to Jeffrey Epstein. Brock Pierce spoke at the Milken Global Conference from Michael Milken over Drexel Burnham Lambert, which was a reshuffling of Apollo Global, which Leon Black was a part of. We have the Bilderberg Steering Committee also, just sort of a minor thing there. Jeffrey Epstein tied to Rockefeller University, New York Academy of Science, Mind, Brain, and Behavior Committee Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Moving back up, we have Carbine 9/11 and the three founders here. We have Amir Leshai, we have Lital Lesham, we have Alex Dizengoff. They were pictured with Ehud Barak over Carbine 911 as well, which was tied to Israel. I don't know why I don't have a tie for Ehud Barak to Israel, but he was the former prime minister. Israel oversees PragerU. Alexis Wilkins, which is Kash Patel's girlfriend, works at PragerU. Kash Patel was also receiving consultancy payments from Matt Gaetz during his sex trafficking scandal. I can't remember who Mark Furnich is. If somebody would like to help refresh me, I think he may have defended Matt Gaetz during that. Matt Gaetz is also friends with Charles Johnson, who has repeatedly spoken out in defense of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Ron DeSantis and Bob Dole have both received donations from Jeffrey Epstein for their election things. William Burns, who was an intelligence director under Joe Biden, has received, is wrapped up with Jeffrey Epstein. We have Caitlin Rumler, who was appointed under Obama and worked at Goldman Sachs. John Kerry's received donations as well. John Kennedy was connected to Samuel Pisar, who is Robert Maxwell's guy. So JFK. We have Robert Kennedy and Mary Kennedy, who were associates of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, according to Robert F. Kennedy himself. And he's in the fucking book, as well as Ethel Kennedy, Ted Kennedy Jr., and Joe Kennedy. So the Kennedys aren't who you think they are. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein was on the Council of Foreign Relations with Henry Kissinger. He's also given $25,000 to this schizo-ass guy who allegedly may have murdered his wife. All of that. Jeffrey Epstein was funded largely by JP Morgan and Chase Bank. Andrew Cuomo's in the book as well, so is Harvey Weinstein. They're known associates. We have Ken Starr, who was defense attorney for Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump during the impeachment trial. Donald Trump also has connections with Alan Dershowitz, which I forgot to link him, but also to Alex Acosta. So let me go ahead and link Dershowitz to Epstein so I don't forget. We have the ADF, which Ken Starr is a huge part of, and that includes Mike Johnson, Jeff Sessions, Amy Coney Barrett, Mike Pence, Josh Hawley. Again, watch this Josh Hawley guy. I'm telling you, in like 10 years, he's gonna be prominent in Congress or something. He has the makings of one of these guys. You have Flavio Briorte, who is Formula One. He dated Naomi Campbell, who's also in Jeffrey Epstein's book. You had Gwendolyn Beck, who was pictured with Melania, and they were over victimized Virginia Giuffre. You have Woody Allen, Stephen Hawking, Leslie Wexner with the Victoria's Secret stuff. You have Prince Andrew, obviously, Noam Chomsky. Bill Clinton was probably one of the biggest clients of Epstein over the years, with Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, who's now married to Alex Soros. Huma Abedin used to be married to Anthony Weiner, so clearly she has a type. Bill Barr and his dad Donald. You have David Blaine for some reason. And that's about as far as we got. Oh, and then Andrew Tate randomly at some point said that everyone wants to be friends with the pimp. Doubt me, Epstein had access to pussy. And this was from a handle that Andrew Tate literally said himself belongs to him. So good luck denying that. And yeah, that's about as far as we got. So hit me with that Alex Jones video and that'll close us out tonight. 4 hours worth of work. We definitely didn't get as far as I wanted in 4 hours, but it's starting to come together. So you didn't add the Trilateral Commission implication yet? It is on here. Yes. Right here. Or did I fuck something up? Maybe. Definitely post this recap on Twitter. I'm gonna clip this, and I think what I'll do is at the end of each episode, I'll do a breakdown of everything and post it as like a short thing. So if you don't want to be involved or you don't want to watch 4 hours, then you can watch 20 to 10 minutes or so and get it that way. That was really quick though. And you guys noticed that I remembered almost all of them? I think the only one that I forgot was who was it? Somebody. I'm proud of myself for remembering these because I didn't remember a lot of them. Oh, I forgot about Eileen Guggenheim. Sarah Kellen. Oh, he donated to Neri Oxman, MIT, Bill Ackman, Universal Music Group. I should probably put Planned Parenthood here too, because that's just transhumanist shit and tied to the Rockefellers. Through Mary Lasker. Shout out Deprogram Z or Refounding Fathers. Make sure you go give him a follow. He's a good dude too. He's doing a lot of work. He's putting a lot of work in. All right. Let's see what Alex Jones fucking ridiculousness we've got today.
Right, I've been ripping on InfoWars. I don't think InfoWars is a trustworthy source of information by and large.
You're in my business, Shapiro. I'm in your business now. I might just drive up to Cisco this weekend, take a few Army officers with me, and have a conversation with the billionaires that are financing you. Maybe show them some files, Shapiro. Want that?
What kind of files?
I think you do. I think I'll do it. I think I'll get in your business. You know what happens when I get in people's businesses, boy?
What?
They ain't in business long, son. You like what I did to your daddy, Beck? He really did it to himself, didn't he? But we told everybody what he was. So you want to be in a man's world, son? I took on Hillary Clinton with my audience, and we kicked her butt. She's coming.
She's not in jail. Never received a second of jail time.
At me right now. I'm in a man's world, son. I'm self-made. You couldn't do a damn thing. He couldn't come up with $1.
Alex Jones is he's a crazy person. He's a crazy human. Okay, and I don't mean that in a clinical sense. I just mean that I look at him and what? So, and I don't think that I'm out of bounds in saying this. If you spend any time listening to Alex Jones, this is not somebody who seems like all of the lights are on in the attic, shall we say.
I can't help it. I'm coming after you. That's it. I'm in total war mode. You want to fight? All of you got one to the end. I love it. That said, You just think all us conservatives, libertarians, and Christians are a bunch of dumbasses because we're not snakes like you. You can just waltz in here and take control of our movements. You can't. The people know fake when they see it. And you're fake. I'm in your business. You got in mind, buddy. You threw the first punch. You're going to get it now. I put up with years of crap from this guy. And you can attack me and lie about me all day, but you don't get involved in my operations. You understand that, you skunk? I know the counterfeit's always got to get rid of the real McCoy. You're not getting rid of me, son. People a lot smarter and a lot tougher tried. As long as God wants me here, I'm going to be here.
Yesterday, there was an announcement by Alex Jones that Candace Owens and Kanye West were going to appear on his show. And I tweeted out, no, God, no, basically, right? No, Kanye, no.
You want to fight? You got one. I love how you talk to Kanye West like he's a dog. No. You don't go on that show. No. Shapiro, the devastating person with a 5,000 IQ, who personally severed Hitler's head and is actually an immortal god, the ultimate intellectual, the king of earth. And now you're in my business again, trying to tell people not to come on my show. I'm about to get in your business big time, you little arrogant son of a bitch. Now go back to California, go back to Los Angeles, where you came from. You think I'm stupid because I'm from Texas? Dude. You don't think I don't know everything about you, bro? And now you slide in all slick to the West Texas folks. You tell them how they're all going to be down there. Why, I bet you even wear some spurs when you come to town, don't you there, Mr. Shapiro? On a fast talk us all, teach us all how the world does work, don't you? That's good. How about you get on your little horsey there and ride your ass back out of town, son? Because you're going to burn down just like Beck, because you're going to destroy yourself. So let it be written, so let it be done. Get behind me, Satan. We should pray for Ben Shapiro to find Christ.
Don't do it. Don't go out and don't do Alex's show. Alex is a crazy person, right? Alex Jones is a nut job. Alex Jones is a guy who thinks that the frogs are being turned gay purposefully by the government. Alex Jones is a guy...
That was true. That was true.
...who suggested that Sandy Hook was a false flag operation.
Also true.
Whatever you say, Shapiro. Yes, Mr. Shapiro. Oh, God, you're so manly. That face you make, you scare me. God almighty, you might tear my arm out of my socket. You might skull, annihilate me.
You know he wasn't going to say annihilate.
Powerful. You got the manhood I want, Shapiro.
Alex Jones has a tooth gap. Does he still have that?
Shapiro's too powerful.
That Bill Hicks tooth gap.
So, prepare yourself, rodent creature, like a rat. When you turn on the lights at 2 a.m. to go get a glass of milk, and there's the rat up there eating the fruit out of the fruit bowl and the cheese. It's crapping all over your kitchen table. It just scrabbles, but it slicks out in its own feces and kind of falls off and hits the ground, and by then your foot goes right on it. And you're like, oh, I'm going to really have mercy on you. But you only break 2 of its legs politically, metaphysically, and then you step back and scrabbling. You know, I'm not going to hurt you anymore. You look at your big old tabby cat and you say, Ace, get that rat. I've been waiting for you to make the wrong move, scumbag. Now you're in major target. Just like Beck. Submarine wolf packs prepare. Little vampire bat lands on your nightstand, flies through the window. You wake up, you see a little greedy vampire bat dragging its tiny proboscis on the ground between its little legs. You see it moving towards you.
Alex Jones got very angry at me for saying that Kanye West should not do his show because it would be a bad move for Kanye West. Okay, Kanye right now is trying to do the whole, let's have a reasonable conversation with reasonable people. Let's all get together. Why would he want to fringe himself out by going on Alex Jones' show? Now, Kanye West would easily be seen as a guy who had fringed himself out the minute that he went on Alex Jones. So if his goal is to open doors, I think he closes doors by doing Alex Jones' show. That was my basic argument. It's the reason why I would never do.
Kanye West would later go on Alex Jones' show and proclaim that he loved Hitler.
Alex Jones' show because I think that Alex Jones, again, is a kook and a fringe fellow.
Why is Ben Shapiro so angry at me? Why is he always trying to put me down? Why is he always talking about how I'm so evil and sounding like some leftist and telling Candace Owens and Kanye West don't come on his show? Why is he doing that? Ben Shapiro is a Judas goat to control the movement. A neocon. So there you go. That's why this is happening. He's super intellectual. He's super smart. He's your leader. He's the leader like Lynn Beck was. Here's the deal, man. I understand you're super intellectual and like No one knows who you are outside of Twitter and YouTube, but you think you're like God. I know you think like you're like super Machiavelli and everything, and all you got investors, that from Israel. Nothing against Israel, but they're buying.
Actually, everything against Israel. Israel's probably the #1 source for crimes against humanity for the past 70 years.
Up Glenn Beck and everything. You don't think I don't know about everything that happened with Glenn Beck and what was set up with Glenn Beck? How about I tell everything, Shapiro? How about I dump it all on here? Oh, I know you are so smart, Shapiro. You act so tough. I'm awful. You're awful. No one should come on you. I tell people who go on. I am the boss. This leftist entitlement of this Glenn Beck retread, the reboot of the failed Beck, Judas Goat, attack the conservative movement, try to lead it into the pits, is now back in the, I guess, in the form of the herpes of Glenn Beck. What is the herpes of Glenn Beck? In my view, it has Ben Shapiro. A fetid, scrofulous, diseased, viral infection that continues to bloom and bloom and bloom and bloom. Ben Shapiro is the herpes on our ass. You're awful. No one should go on your show. You're awful. Well, if it's awful, leave. Oh, I know. All the Democrats are suing me. Soros is, all the rest of it. And you're there making sure. Don't go to him. I'm in charge. I'm Ben Shapiro. I run things. Me. The amazing Shapiro. What a joke. I haven't set my guns on you yet because your lord and master Beck already sunk his ship, and you will sink your ship as well, young one.
I like how they reveal stuff when their ego gets hurt, like Laura Loomer. Man, fuck Laura Loomer, dude.
No need to do that.
She ate dog food on her live stream because she got paid to. Imagine what she does not on camera.
That baby Sith.
I can't understand it. Look at this. Look what's underneath here. It's another shirt. Why? Why?
I'm not going to be on some goddamn Satanist island with a bunch of fucking steak while everybody else is fucking dead. You think I want to be with these goddamn vampires forever? Fuck no. So come up, man. Get to the surface. Get to the fucking surface. These fucking people think they've won. They haven't. And they just now realize we're waking up. So fuck them.
Actually called out the MAGA cult one time. All right, we'll do this last one, and then I do have to go. I gotta go make some food.
Alex Jones is making a lot of sense here.
Oh yeah.
Okay, other than this noise, he's making a lot of sense. Thank you.
That's not the sound I want to hear. But this is one of my big irritants with high-level Trump supporters. They're in there drinking. It's a big carnival. They love being near the president. They love the fancy, beautiful architecture.
Yeah.
And they just, it's like a beauty pageant or something. Like they feel like they've arrived. I've seen it. I've been around it. And there is just a delirium. And the same thing happened at his rallies. Oh, we're invincible. Oh, we can't be stopped. It was just drove me crazy. But sometimes there's 2 minutes of applause and whooping and hollering, and it's like they're having fun. This is not fun. I've just been around the Trump people and around Trump when there's people around, and everybody's like, oh, hi, and like, can't believe they're there, and oh, it's like.
Man, what happened?
They're in the cool kid club, and I've been saying that for 6 years, but he never did it.
All right, so I have to tell you.
I don't care what David Pakman has to say. All right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna probably do another episode of Lies and Ties this week. Sounds like worship. Yeah, that's basically what he does now. We're gonna do another episode of Lies and Ties this week. It'll probably be Saturday, maybe, and we're gonna pick this web back up. So for anybody that can't watch on the weekdays, we're gonna do a Saturday episode. I don't know if that's gonna be the set day for the for the schedule, but we are going to start doing 2 Lies and Ties per week officially. And then make sure you guys go vote in my poll where I ask if you guys want to have me do a show where I bring on guests. So it wouldn't be exactly like this, but it would be like once we start learning all these things, like I could talk to Johnny Vedmore about his coverage of Epstein, or I could talk, to Whitney Webb about like Peter Thiel and stuff like that. So let me know if that's something you guys would be interested in. I would love to involve other people in the conversation and give you guys sort of that platform to be able to chat back and forth and just kind of see where it goes. So it would all be live. So we would have live guests on, and I would be reading the chats, talking to you guys and stuff, and just sort of seeing what ends up shaking out of that. I think it'd be really interesting. So I want to thank everybody for joining me today, and we didn't get quite as far as I thought we would on the Epstein network, but we made some progress. We made some inroads. I learned a lot. I learned a lot of names. I didn't know David Blaine was so weird. But we're gonna do another episode. We're gonna pick this back up. It's probably gonna be a recurring series or something, like a thing that we revisit, just like the Peter Thiel, Elon Musk thing. And as we go, build it out, see who all is implicated, and then I'm gonna do a huge supercut video that goes through every single person in one sitting. We're gonna talk about every single person, every single link, rapid fire. And that way somebody can watch an hour-long, maybe 2-hour-long video of me sitting down in one go, one take, covering everything. And then anybody that you ever want to recommend, hey, you want to know all about Epstein, you'll be able to bring them to that video and it will have everybody. So looking forward to that. Thank you guys again for joining me. We'll be live again. Make sure you go vote in the poll. And I'm going to post a link as well for donations if that's something you guys are interested in. I don't care about the money, but I also don't have sponsors or anything like that. So it just helps to go fund the research. I'm literally just trying to pay my electric bill and my internet bill so that I can keep doing this. And we'll see you guys. It'll become Lies and Tireless, right? We'll see you guys next time. Thank you guys again, and peace out, everybody. Thank you for watching. We'll see you later this week.